Right. Now we should be up and running, right? Everything's green. I was connected to the wrong Wi-Fi. Noob mistakes. I guess that's fair. Everybody makes mistakes, right? Like not focusing the camera and shit. Hey, school, on hooray Belgium, because tomorrow is the national holiday. I think 2 years ago. No, wait, let me first drink. Drinking a Bierbeekse triple as I think I was last time. Oh yeah, maybe this we will do. I don't know, like at a later time or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, but this I think we can do today. And then the other thing we can do is fix the damn tests, because the tests are assuming that my test code is assuming that we are logging in, but it won't work because now logging in is different. So yeah, I was just thinking how I was going to do this. In fact, because maybe I was gonna say maybe I can fake it a little bit, but it might be not such a great idea, in fact, because now we're, I think we might even actually validate this stuff. So I need to try and figure out how to, I guess not authenticate or something, or actually do authentication. Do I really want to do all of that stuff? It seems such a hassle just to test the rest of this stuff, but then we are talking about anonymous users, etc., so there's security involved here. Because if we don't have these tests, then we're missing a lot of coverage, in fact, because that's what we set out to do initially. We had some unit tests, just simple unit tests that were covering most of the behavior or expected behavior, and then we said, well, maybe we should just write integration tests, which is fine, but if we can't run them fast enough, then that's gonna be an issue, and we have to revert back to our unit tests. Okay. So maybe what we could do, because we are sending along authentication here, and I guess what we could do, I think I have got an idea of what we could do, because we can sort of determine what thing to use here, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna try and set up so that you saw the security config class, which expects a cookie to be there in a JWT token to be there in the cookie. In fact, that's what we wrote this thing for. But I don't necessarily want to test that stuff along with it. But what we could do is just like come up with our own dummy thing that does it for us, basically, that sets up our security context in an easier way. And we are running using Spring Boot tests, so maybe there is an easy way to do that, in fact. So maybe let's do some Googling first. at SpringBoot test mock security or something. Oh, here, this is actually the thing that I wanted to test, or I wanted to, I was looking for, I think. It is a bit of an older article, it seems. Okay. I don't want to use MVC though, I just want to set up... Ah, here. Alright. Oh, he's running his own local one, I think. Oh. Cha. Do we want to do this? So what we'll do with this thing, I guess, is we will listen to whatever traffic is being, or whatever the traffic is between the Spring backend and the authorization server, which is a Keycloak in our case. And then using WireMock, you can listen in and then replay all of that stuff. In fact, so maybe we can do that. I wonder how we can do that. In fact, here. Yeah, so we will still exchange our JWT token for a session based on the cookie. I wonder if, do we actually still do? Maybe we can just skip a little bit out of this because I'm not actually sure now that I'm thinking about it. I'm not even sure that we are in fact doing JWT verification after we've exchanged it, the JWT for a cookie. Why do I think that's... Yeah, maybe it's still doing that though. Because this is the way we are getting that token. I guess we could try and set up a WireMock in between. And then see what happens. Is there another way we could do that? To the authorization endpoint, the mock server redirects the browser back to the login page, blah blah blah. But none of this we will do because yeah, we will already have a valid token in our cookie supposedly. So we don't need to mock all of that stuff. I guess it's just what happens after. Maybe we can just look at the error code or something. Is there also some stuff from the server to be found anywhere? Because that will be swirl. It's just initialization stuff, but nothing about will secure any request with blah 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 blah. Okay, here's the bear token resolver. I think that's still the config that we're looking at here, so not the actual thing. Or is it? Huh? Where is this used? Because hopefully it's actually used. Configure. Okay, cool. And then. It's this filter that's being used, which will then have a bear token resolver used somehow. Oh, here we go, I think. So then we've got the token, and it doesn't seem... yeah, okay. So initially here, at least, we can't really find a way or find how it's being verified. But then they make it into a bear token authentication token thing, which is then being authenticated. So let's put the breakpoint here. And see what our integration test does. So this is the first test, I believe. Yep. Okay, let's debug this. And have a sip, a little sippy sip. Am I actually... It's very strange. Oh, okay. I was thinking that I did press the correct shortcut, right? Apparently I did, but it was pretty slow. So I don't know about you, but in Belgium we've been having this really weird weather, honestly. First it was raining so much we had a disaster strike to a whole bunch of families in Belgium. That was the day before yesterday, and now it's another heat wave apparently. So I don't know what's up with that. Okay, so if I run it in debug, it goes considerably slower apparently. Oh, maybe it's because this is still running. We can shut that down. We did not pass that thing at all, in fact. Okay, maybe that's because there's no job token on the cookie. So maybe let's try to add this, not use the header, but add a cookie. Actually, I don't even know if I can do that. Because, oh my shit, I'm missing a new Kotlin update. So the name of this cookie should be, well, this is going to be the value, I guess. But then the name should be, oh man, security config. That's the one. And I want the crumble thing, but I guess it's not a public thing. Ah, it's private. Okay. And then we can remove the string interpolation and that. And see how that works. And that's the register player step. And then after that there's this one, which I guess also needs this. Carp. So maybe what we can do is set a cookie on the client, if that's at all possible. I guess if we were to exchange a token for a cookie, it would be cool, but because then I guess this client will receive the set cookie header by our backend and then keep a cookie itself. I wonder if we can just extend it with a property. I think we need to do something like get and set or something here. I always forget how you do that. Maybe we can just generate it though. Set and then with the value. Do we care that it's as a global? Or does this in fact do exactly the thing I wanted to do? Oh yeah. I need a backing property for this extension field, I guess. But even then, can I use it like that? How would I use it? I guess it would always be like this dot cookie. Oh yeah, and then here I don't even have access to it because I put it in client as a private cookie val. I don't know. Cookie val. Because it's in the client. And the client is in the test module of web, which is the same position as or module as my my step definitions, so it should be okay, I thought. Let's Google some Kotlin properties. Kotlin extension properties. Ah. I think what I could do is like keep keep a local thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, this I know. What's this? You can declare extensions for one class inside another class. Yeah. Some lingo. Okay. So we would do this magic just to be able to have a way to set a cookie somehow and then use it in here. But so since I can't do that, maybe because this was the entire idea, to just get this dot get cookie or something like that. Yeah, maybe there's just a way to also set some cookie on the client. Cookies. What is this thing? Is it? Oh, it's a regular list. So that's not what they're looking for either. Then. Because I think if we would use that set cookie thing, then it should be okay already. Maybe we can just provide a dummy endpoint here that in fact sets the cookie that we just give it. I'm still wondering if we always would return the same cookie. So if we go to our steps again, no, the scenario, and before we do this, we'll do exchange cookie or something with .info, and then what can we do there? I guess I wanted to put this in the client somewhere. Like this, and then I would do client, I think it's a get to something like this. Guess we're getting an HTTP response from that thing. No, there's just direct assignment, I guess. Where I will do $base URL, and then I don't remember. It was maybe, do we have a session controller or something? What did we call it? Oh, we did. Oh yeah. /session. Oh. We have to assume that API is already in there because otherwise register would have it as well. Okay, so we'll go to this thing here and then do exchange auth header for cookie. And here I guess we need to add the header. Just like that. And then I'm not sure what we will get out of that stuff because it look yo gewoon Gilles, what's up? What's up? We are trying to write scenario tests because at the moment it's our only, sort of our main line of defense versus doing refactorings or etc. Not writing bugs. And since last time I was just trying to integrate Spring Security and have JWT security working. We ended up with a working solution, but now our tests are broken, so that's not a very good thing. And I know I should have thought about that earlier, but I was like, I can manage. I guess we can still manage, but you know. And for the rest, it's really, really hot. How about you? Do you see? Yes, you do. You also see a beard and extremely long hair. It's the, what's it called? A corona cut. Corona capsule. Yeah. Just me being lazy. I can be that sometimes. Okay, we were just gonna try this thing out. What would happen if we do exchange cookie? I'm curious. Maybe let's assign it to something. And then see what we get out of this thing. I guess, what do we assume? Well, actually, we know what's gonna come out of it. It's the set cookie thing. So I hope that if I'm going to read out the headers of this thing, we will get the headers, including the set cookie with then the job token, I guess, as a cookie. Very curious. And we should actually also check. So maybe let's add a breakpoint there. Add a thing here, and then the only thing I think I'll do for now is just add a stupid test. Derp. Just to verify that this is going to work. And then we can run this and debug and see what's going on. You're about the same temperature-wise. Dang. It really is hot, Christ. And Belgium is really not that big, so maybe we know each other from somewhere else as well. I'm really bad with remembering nicknames for sure. Oh fucking hell! So it's not compiling. That's not good. You were gonna try that out later, so let's rerun. I'm from, well, I live in Bierbeek. Ah yeah, you have been here before. And you remember that I didn't have a facial hair before. I live in Bierbeek. I'm also drinking a Bierbeek's beer, the triple. But originally I'm from, where was it? Kermt in Limburg. I was a guest teacher at the PXL school for a while, like for 1 or maybe 2. Yeah, I think 2 years. I did a block there. How do you say that? I taught some poor students about DDD and stuff. I live about half an hour from Ghent. That's nice. Plenty of very good software crafters in Ghent. And I think also Cordusk, the person, or well, the nickname that I usually use somewhere in here, he's also from around that part. Oh wait, this is going slow though, eh? Oh my god. Oei. Is it broken? We don't even get a proper response back. 401 invalid. I sort of want... I don't want it to fail like this. There was a way to do that, no? 'Cause I remember... Oh yeah, we switched that to a list. And then we don't care about crashes. Oh, blah. Sir Yella, hey. What's up? Right, so here we're getting a 401, but we don't really want that. We don't want this default response validation to go off. I really vaguely remember testing that stuff, but I can't remember why or what I did to... here, it's just expect success false. That's all I have to do. So Yella, to get you up to speed, I am building a website for the game called Diabotical. And Diabotical is a first-person shooter, and I haven't played it in ages. But the idea is that there are a bunch of different people or types of people, let's say, that visit this website. We've got unregistered users, then we've got some players that then create a team, etc. They can challenge other players, report matches, and accept team invites, and also create a team, in fact. That's the first thing here. Then once you do that, you will become a team captain, etc, etc, etc. And the way that, so don't pay attention to that, because that's not at all what it looks like in effect. What do we have here then? So it's a single page application in Elm, but it's in fact maybe... yeah, this is more like it. So this is like the actual container diagram. So we've got just a backend and a UI in one deployable. It's completely built in Kotlin. It's using Spring Boot as a server architecture. It should eventually be deployed on AWS or whatever. I don't know yet. It's a single page application, and that part is in Elm, so it's a functional programming language. We should develop mobile first, but I haven't taken that into account at all. And then we've got two different PostgreSQL databases, one for the event stream, so the event store. And then there is just another regular relational database to keep players, etc. What else do we have? Oh, so somewhere here there should be a way to explain what the flow... yeah, here, this might be a good way to show that. So first, an anonymous user visits the website. They click a register button because they are interested in joining. They get redirected to currently our own keycloak. That will redirect back towards our site with a valid shot token if they are able to successfully authenticate there. And then we just check, do we already know this combination? If we do, well then we know them as a registered player and they get redirected to their home. And from then on, they just keep on calling our backend with the same token. If we don't know them, then they get redirected to a user form where they just can fill in their nickname. Once they click the register button, we send a command register player. So we're also doing CQRS, which will result in a player registered event. This event then gets picked up by our broadcaster. Then there's a listener that transforms these into what we call leaderboards events, and these get persisted in an event store. And then every, I don't know, 5 minutes or whatever, we've got a or any kind of policy to replay or rehydrate, that's what we call it, rehydrate the leaderboard aggregate. And then, so we just listen to how many players are registered, or the player registered events, and then we just create our leaderboard from that. And all of that stuff has been set up already. And the last thing that I did was the actual authentication part. where instead of doing like some sort of regular authentication using job tokens as a state, we do an exchange for a session. So that's here. So first a user goes to the website, they get the index, they're not logged in because then they get redirected. Then they get a request to please log in. They do the login. Unsuccessful login, our UI in the browser gets a job token. And immediately when it receives that, it's going to exchange this job token to our backend server, who can then do verification. And then once verification is done, they just respond with the set cookie response, so that your browser automatically sets that job token as its cookie, and then no other client can in fact tamper with that cookie. So it will become read-only. And we know that it's a valid one because we do the verification. So from this point on, all calls to /API should have the job token on the cookie automatically, and we can trust it because it came from our backend server with the validation or the verification itself. And after doing this, my integration tests are broken. And I was gonna check why that was, but so now we're already getting a 401 if we just try to exchange any kind of job token. I guess the result or the reason why is because we are in fact just how do you say it? Like we're forging our own job token as like this thing here. Yeah, this isn't an actual thing because yeah, it's not signed for one, and it's also outdated already. I think it just looks a little bit like a keycloak token, but it's not a real one. And before I could get away with that stuff because I didn't really do job verification, but now we are doing that. So we are looking for a way to easily set up our integration tests without, yeah, that's it basically. Without, so I just want my client to have that token. I just want this to be my client basically, that's it. So that when we just send it a job token on a cookie, that our backend can just return with, sure, young, here's your job token as a cookie now, and you can use it for the rest of the calls of the duration. But even that I'm not really sure is going to work. I guess it might, because our client is like a global thing. We don't really, how do you say that? The moment our integration tests start running, this client here will have state, I think, and then that stuff won't change. So yeah. So the other thing I was thinking about is, because we are running this scenario using Spring Boot test, we could try and replace some beans using profiles or whatever to just give us like a fake authentication thing, maybe. Maybe we should do that. Just use a basic authentication with every request or something like that. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, it can be quite daunting to to follow all of this if you have zero context, so there you go. I also don't know how familiar you are with Kotlin, but I love it, and so should you. But yeah, I'm just saying some funny stuff. Yeah, so I really want to replace this somehow, I guess. Maybe what we can do instead. Wait. Right, yeah, so now it's starting to dawn on me again. So the way I did the security, was this the security? Oh, this is security config itself. So here in the security config, we actually I think, have 2 ways of authorizing. That's right. One, is that right? Yeah, it's, yeah, so we've actually, well, actually yes and no. So here, oh man, I already forgot. It was 2 weeks ago and I already forgot. I think the reason for why this works with such little code is because there's an automatic fall through. So if my cookie bearer token resolver doesn't find a JWT token in the cookie, no, just here's the dummy delegation. There we go. So maybe what I could do. Yeah, I sort of want to inject this thing now. I'm gonna. Maybe because, so my idea was I wanted to do something like this. Just check which profile is active. Allah. Is it just profile? I think this is the one that I need. So what I want to do indicates that the component is eligible for registration when 1 or more specified profiles are active. Okay, so my idea was, let's do this as a default one, and then we can do so this won't have a normal, maybe we can just use keycloak because I think we have that profile somehow. This can also be another one, or maybe let's do for tests or something like that. And then we can just add a profile scenario or something. Maybe we can get rid of this one and then just keep this one. And then instead of actually, how do you say that? Running through to this default bearer token resolver thing, what I think we should do here is just get the token string from the header. I want the authorization header. I know it's somewhere here. HTTP headers, yeah, for sure. This one. And then that would get me the header. I'm not really sure. Oh, it can be null. Okay, that's fair. This thing should return the header and then voila. So basically what we're saying here, just trust whatever is on here. And yeah, maybe we can do that in fact. So right now we are hard coding the usage of this bearer token resolver by just initializing a cookie bearer token resolver, but we want to basically inject this one. I think what we could do, let's do this, then make these at beam things. And then instead of making these into classes, let's just return functions. Right. Okay, never mind, huh? So this should stay, because I still want to make this into a class. And then we'll provide a beans for those things as well. So let's do cookie bearer token resolver, just like this as a function, and it's going to return this type of class. And we can just say, well, just initialize this one, and that we can annotate with bean. Voila. And then this should be returning as a bean. And then we will do the same with the test thing. And I think what we can do here is, instead of extending from this, we'll just extend from that. Because then we always get like an actual thing. How do you say? A proper bean. So let's call this one for test. And I think you can also add the add profile thing there. And we want the blah for test. But I'm not sure if this will work, in fact. This seems to work. Oh yeah, this cannot be. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so let's make this one open. Still problems. Voila, okay. All right, and now the only thing we need to do is make sure that it's injectable, and I think we could simply do this. Token resolver. It's this type. Let's call it that. And then we will basically inject it, I think. Ah, yeah, we can't because it's override. Then I guess what we should do is make that into a field we can inject. That's so strange though, no? So we want that as a constructor. Voila. So in Kotlin you can both define your constructor and your fields in one go. It makes sense because otherwise you are always delegating anyway. Construct a security config and then assign it to the field. So you can do that in one go. That also looks a bit strange here because this is immediately the constructor, and then this is the field declaration, and then because we say that it's auto-wired, this type of class will be injected into the security config, and then that's the one that we'll use. So now we should be able to control which one of these bear token resolvers gets used during test. And then maybe what we could do here as well, because this one is also checking the cookie, and then the rest is just, or stays the same. So let's try, in fact, and then do an also where we say print in the cookie bearer token resolver for tests with and then that would print the job token. Maybe it's going to be a bit too long, but at least it will be visible. Voila. Now let's run our tests and also say I want. Can you do that immediately in here maybe? Or you just say profile, ne? Active profile. So I guess I want key cloak, but also scenario. I'm not sure if this will override or append. Dang it. I wanted to know if it would override the one, so okay, maybe what I'll do, because I have defined the properties and I'm loading the project view, voila, in my resources application properties. So somewhere here, voila, profile's active. We'll also add scenario and then see if that actually does get loaded. So let's run this thing again and then see what happens. Amai. You have to know so much stuff about Spring to be able to work with it. I think this is also why I wanted to switch to Ktor, because as an alternative for Spring Boot, then I mean. And I guess I was just a little bit afraid that I wouldn't be able to figure it out using Ktor, but if we think about how much time we've actually spent figuring shit out with Spring Security in the last couple of streaming sessions, then having switched to Ktor might have been better in fact. Okay, so at least the scenario profile is active now. We've run it in debug. So we might even enter that breakpoint. If I actually remember to put one. Oh. Yeah. So now we've got two identical configurations. So that's the reason for that is because we are listing those beans. Actually, that's not true. So then my guess is that then I don't have a guess, in fact. Shit, huh? Ah, yeah. I guess what we need to do is say not scenario. Same for here. And then try to rerun it again. But there must be a better way to do this, right? I just don't know it. I think we can also write it a bit shorter. I don't think we need these bean definitions if we just do add component on these, or maybe even nothing, because they might just be discovered because of this security config being a configuration. We didn't put a breakpoint, but we would get this message, I hope. Actually, I'm not sure about that now that I think of it. Let's just put a breakpoint there. It is working now, apparently. Oh, yeah, okay. So because it's being defined inside of the... Oh, it's gonna run again. Okay. So we've got a circular dependency now because these are internal classes. So let's just move them out of there. It's another cool Kotlin feature is you can just put classes anywhere within the same file without any like cumbersome logic. You don't need to do like static class bullshit. There's not the same convention as we have in Java. Yeah, let's try it out one more time. And without taking up details. Yes. Or looking up details. Wait, I don't know what the and without looking up details would mean. You mean like those authentication details in Spring Security, because that's also indeed a hell of a job. Alright. Nope. Still dead. Why? I wish it would just stick to this thing. Allee. Maybe it's because I depend on this one? No. Maybe they do need to be in a separate class? Would seem weird. Let's move them both, yeah. And I think we should probably move this one too. So now I don't know if IntelliJ is listening because I still have the hand cursor. Oh, I guess it would have worked faster if we already just copy pasted it ourselves. Oy, oy, oy. Something happened. I don't know if I like it. Oy, 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 oy. Let's make a file called cookie bearer token resolver. Yeah, sure, add it, and then we've got both of these fools in there, and then yeah, we move this one over there. Okay, that stuff is compiling. Now we just need some proper imports. Voila. And optimizer imports so that less stuff gets imported there. Yeah, and these I'm really still not sure. I guess we could try and mark these as components or something. But I'm not sure even if that would, if they would be picked up. Well, let's try it and then get rid of those bean definitions here, because it's in fact the same. Ah, dang it. This is why I put that in the same file. So I guess I'll move this one along over here. Even though it's more closely tied to here. All right, let's run it again. This has been my general experience with Spring Boot, in fact, or Spring in general, is you sort of know what you need to do, and then to verify that you're doing the right thing, you just write tests to check if it in fact works, and then from there on out it's just trial and error. That's my experience with Spring. And I wonder if it's just lack of knowledge from my part. Or it's really like a problem with the framework itself. I don't really know. So we switched music as well. Normally I would be listening to lo-fi music. You know, like beats to study/relax to. In my thing it would be beats to study/relax/live code to. And instead I'm trying out... Oh. We really progressed. We've got an actual token now. Let's just F9 out of here. Okay. Here's okay, I guess this is good enough. Oh, and now we need to check the headers if set cookie was called, in fact. We need. Wait, why is it invalid token? Right, because it's only part of the thing. So just saying, just return the cookie on the header, that's, yeah, not gonna be good enough. So the profile magic stuff did work in the end though. Now we no longer need this for some reason. Yeah, so the reason for that is that those bear token resolvers, they're just a single, a small part of the config. So maybe what I should have done instead is had like a different configuration and annotate that with a profile. Where I just trust the JWT that's being passed along. I wonder if I can do that somehow. Like skip verification or whatever, I don't know. What else can I modify here? I can... Okay, I guess it's back to Spring Docs because I'm also wondering how much of this stuff I should modify for my tests, because if I look at my registration, was it steps? Well, no, if you just look at, let's just take one example. So here we used to set up our thing to have some JWT info, and it's important that we have a JWT in fact somehow, especially for our registration, because we are extracting the sub and ISS out of there, because that's a unique combination. And the idea is to go look for issuer and sub in our database to find if we already have that player registered or if we already know them. But yeah, I'm thinking about alternatives, because do we really need a JWT? I guess so, because we want to extract the ISS and sub. But we can also just construct our own JWT. And the way that we could do that is by, so we've got the bearer token resolver. But maybe this can just be, yeah, like this one. I think that's fine. And then we should probably have, what was that thing again? The decoder. Do we want this in fact? Something that takes a token and then builds a JWT out of it without doing verification. So maybe we can peek at how this one works. Okay, they parse it, and parsing is just checking for validity. I mean, semantic validity, let's say. Then there's some bullshit happening here. And here they're already trying to... Oh, they catch it. Why is that? Because they're doing this stuff? I don't know. What part of it? Maybe it's this thing? You used to be able to see which of these lines of code would throw this exception. Here. So this catch is caused by this process thing. This as well, apparently. And this by nothing, apparently. Maybe... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe this really doesn't get called. So, and let's see what happens in the validate shot. Issuer. That's just checking that it's not null. Allee. Or what? Ah, nee, here, test. With the predicate. I don't see how that predicate works. Oh, this is here. Here's the predicate. Okay, so you pass along your issue that you expect, and that issue should be in the claim. That's all. Yeah, that's not something I wanted to check for, I think. I only want to make sure that it doesn't go to do a remote call. That is all. So I want to prevent these, basically. Okay, hier. Set URI JWT decoder builder. Ah, that's if you use this. But then what's the problem? Because now see, here we are again deep inside Spring security bullshit. Ah. And here they're even doing some more? Nee. Here we can build our own JWT decoder, and it should return a JWT token. So maybe we can just do so with it, and then issued at now. What else do we have? Expires at. I guess we just do it like this then. Otherwise I have to name all of the rest as well. We can use name parameters afterwards as well. What else do we have? Headers. Ugh. Do I want headers in my JWT token? Maybe not. Let's do an empty map. Empty map. Sure. And then yet another empty map. We really should extract those claims. That's gonna be an issue if once we have how do you say that? Once we have actual claims to distill out of that stuff. Okay, so this decoder should only be used if we are running with what's it called? Profile scenario. Okay, and then instead of doing this, we will just do and then we don't need to auto wire it anymore. For test, just create it. Voila. And then here, these guys, they don't need to be components anymore even. So goodbye. Okay, so I think if you define something as a component, it will automatically be marked as open, aka extensible. That I didn't know before. I guess it makes sense because Spring uses proxies to make beans out of classes, huh? All right, and then this we need to remove in the regular one and keep in the scenario one. Now I think we might need to do this, but I'm not sure. You know what? Let's just run it and see what will happen. I'm curious. Okay, so beans get wired properly. Here comes the test run itself. It's green, but I guess we already expected it to be green, but then what? Deny? There is no set thing happening here. Oh, there's some exceptions there. Godverdomme nou. Yeah, those headers are what's in the... Oh. That's these. If we go to jot.io, which should be open, yeah. Ah, so these are the ones. How was I able to forge my own jot token here, and then now when we enter Spring stuff, all of a sudden I guess we could just fill stuff in, right? Something like this, I don't know. Maybe we'll do mutable map. Or mutable map of mutable map of some pairs. Yo. Okay, it's time to add parameters. Damn it, I wanted named parameters. So token value. Aha! That's also something I didn't know yet. Okay, so this one is headers, so we'll do mutable map of, and then we'll just build our map just like this, and instead of the colon, we'll do two, and we've built some pairs, I think. So they're expecting a string to any. It's more specific because it's a string to string, in fact. Can we change the type? No. Because if we do this, then it's not okay. Ah, it is. Okay, then I think we should be able to do it like this as well, no? Okay, guess not. Alright, and then the claims are sort of the same. But yeah, it's not these. Claims, claims, claims. Where you at? Something like that. Or maybe it's all of them? No, that's just payload. Here we do want the any type. Which is similar to object. Let's try it again, shall we? And see what happens next. Oh man. I don't know if we need to do all of this stuff. Oh, fucking hell. So the test should be green, but we're interested in the output. Because we're actually not doing anything with that test. Well, at least now it shouldn't complain about the headers and the claims being empty. But what do we get now? Of course, more errors. Maybe it's trying to validate stuff that they're supposed to be equal. Okay, cookie value cannot have blank. Where would that happen? So in the session controller. So we're trying to do the exchange here. But I guess JS string is empty. And the reason for that is we're not actually logged in or something, or that token value is not an actual cookie or JWT token. But so we did pass the... suddenly we are authorized. Very strange. Oh, the Figma diagram. Yes. Yes, I can. Figma. I should have actually copied it over to the Miro board, now that I think of it. Oh, good God. Just a second, I'm trying to log in. There's an update available, but I'm going to ignore that stuff. Hopefully I'm logged in properly now. No, I draw the architecture in Miro. This stuff, you mean? I also have Figma diagrams, but that's more to show the page flow. So here we've got, the what's that called again? The screen mockups I built in Figma. So we've just got the leaderboard, some recent matches that have been played, and then a register and a feeling lucky button. Maybe just play. But then if you click on register and you're not an authorized user, you will get redirected to your, what's it called? Authorization server. In my case, it's now Keycloak. Then when you click on this, or basically register, you get welcomed with the same screen. But then you'll see your, just a random, or not random, the leaderboard. But then also a list of your upcoming matches, with the one of today highlighted. And then all of your challenges that need some follow-up. For example, here I challenged Recorder to duel next Monday at 9. And we've got a CTF versus the Clan of Nuts next Saturday at 9 planned. Is this web app? Yes, this is web app. But yeah, that's about it. And I think you can click on something. Ah, voilà. To challenge scallop. This is what the challenge page would look like. So you can see like what did he do in his recent matches to just decide how to challenge this person, or in what game mode even. You challenge them at some time, whatever. Here's some integration with not integration with Discord, but you could imagine as being integrated with Discord with a bot or something. And because you want to also plan a little bit, it will also show what your upcoming matches are and your pending challenges, just so that you don't, you know, like overpromise your availabilities to somebody else. I wanted to see the architecture. Ah, okay. So then, just if you click on challenge, you will get welcomed with a screen with a URL that you can then share to just invite this person to accept the challenge. All right, you wanted architecture. Let's see. So we've got context diagram. So I built my architecture diagrams with C4, Simon Brown C4. You just have an unregistered user that can register, can view the ladder's leaderboards, blah, blah, blah. So they can't really do anything, just be interested in the website. Then when you register, you can suddenly create a team, or just decide not to create a team, but just see your upcoming matches, challenge other registered players and accept challenges, report your own dual matches, or just your own matches that you've hosted, and you can accept team invites. So if you're not in a team, you can only report your own dual matches. That's it. And then your team captain. This is Miro. Miro is amazing. C4 is Simon Brown's C4 diagram. It's just a, you know, honestly, it's really not much at all. He just gives you a bunch of guidelines to write or to use for visualizing software architecture. That's it. It's not like a user flow per se, no. It's really just about drawing boxes and arrows and then making sure that you think about who is going to read that diagram, so that you will be as clear as possible. But I will share this in chat. It's quite simple. So this is c4model.com, the page of Simon Brown's C4 modeling. It's a way to visualize software architecture. And then Miro is just how do you say, an infinite whiteboard that you can use with your team to set up or organize your work around. And I think this is like it sort of gives you a good idea of what you can achieve with this, because just imagine this being a real project. You've got frames for architecture. What are you working on currently in a Kanban board? You've got a story map that shows you like the overview of what you're supposed to be working on like a higher level, but still quite quite visual still. Because the idea is that once you finish something, you should mark this as green. And so the moment that all of these are all green, then I have delivered my first MVP, let's see. And it's great to collaborate on, because everyone can work on this thing at the same time. It's really crazy. So then we also have some personas going on here, which made me think about who is going to use that website, which then developed into the needs. Here would come the page flows, but then I did those in what's it called, in Figma. Some random diagrams about authentication, how matches would work, how the full flow, so this is more like an event storming thing, including commands. For example, first you would do a register player command, then a player would be registered. They can then register a team, etc., etc. And that's like the initial start of everything, right? Then we've got a challenge team command, which would lead to a team challenge event, etc., etc. And then here's like the leaderboard generation stuff. I haven't properly developed that stuff yet. You've got a modules and dependencies diagram that's supposed to show how the dependencies depend on each other. And so let's say we've got your web module. This basically bundles everything in a single deployable. In my case, it's a Spring Boot web app, so everything gets jammed in here basically. But still, we've got a little bit of clean architecture going on here with adapters and then ports to it that use the domain. So we've got an adapter for going to the database that only depends on the core API module. We've got the same adapter for event sourcing that is able to replay events to build a new aggregate in our core API, etc., 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 etc. So this is clean architecture, but I want to make it look a bit more like this. But that's like an example from work that I just copied, so that I have like the nice hexagons, etc. What else do we have? Yeah, I came up with this container diagram. So logically, you would go from a context to a container diagram, which would then show how is that application being deployed somewhere, like which things do you want to deploy separately, so it shows a bit scalability and where your users go. So let's say I've got an admin, for example, and we want the admin to go to a separate UI. You would go like this. It is a bit slow now though, so we would do something like this. We would say this is the admin UI and they get a separate page somewhere. And then this thing goes straight to the backend as well, so that we only have to host one of those. I'm just saying, but this is how you would make that apparent. But you can clearly see all of the components here. So this doesn't at all represent reality, because I'm not going to be doing a GraphQL read model. I'm just going to be putting a REST API here, and then actually this is how I kept it simple. And I'm still going to be able to split that up, because I can just add a GraphQL adapter afterwards and then have my separate UI connect to that GraphQL thing. This is user flow. I still don't think this is user flow, because it doesn't really say what the user does, you know, and what the impact on it. Yeah, so container diagram, that's all semantics from Simon Brown's C4 model. So you would have context diagram, which would drill down into a container diagram, which would then drill down into a component diagram, and then maybe into class diagrams, but then yeah, just really read the c4model.com website I shared earlier. This is, you'll find all of the information you want there. I think there's also in one of my previous projects, maybe it's still on github.com, software sandbox, F challenge maybe. So I finished, quote unquote finished, one of my projects already on that I also live coded on stream. And there I used plant UML to generate C4 diagrams. Yeah, C4, it just stands for context, container, component, and class. These are all C's, so it's really an easy way. But yeah, if you're interested in that, you can find stuff on YouTube for the previous projects, which is the effort challenge thing. Maybe this is a user flow diagram, I think, because here we just show what happens by a certain user. They fill in their competition name, then they select a competition state range, then they select which challenges they want to add to the competition, they fill in a recovery email, and then they finally create the competition. And then we've got like something called managing competitors before the competition starts. A competitor was added, the link to that competition was shared to Tim, another competitor was added, link was shared, etc., and then they can start completing those challenges. So once they complete a challenge, total score was updated, the challenge was completed, and then the total score was updated again. So that's how it would work. Okay, I will check out your blog later, and then sequence diagrams. Yes, I do, but not all the time. Not all the time for sure. If there's a bunch of services involved, like in my projects, I've never had to use them because I never really had to explain in painstakingly detail what was going on there. Because I always just rather use the code, you know. But the thing that comes closest to it is this thing here, where we just have an order and an interaction between various components. So it's not actually a sequence diagram. Maya, you can use sequence diagrams as well if you want to, because they also express time in a good way, yeah? Like how much time has progressed since, and then I think it's pretty cool to use. There's no, how do you say, there's no rule in software development that says that you have to use UML, or you have to use C4 diagrams, or you have to use event storming. It's all based on trade-offs, right? If your users or the people that you're explaining the stuff to understand UML really well, or can interpret sequence diagrams, then by all means just use sequence diagrams. That's really easy. So that's the entire thing. But that's also the one thing I really like about C4 diagrams, is that it's such a simple model. Everyone can understand it the moment you realize that it's just drilling down deeper into those components. Because here I built something which is, I don't know, it looks a bit like layers, and then I don't know, like some transfers going between different contexts, because here below we've got leaderboard bullshit, and here there's like player and match management stuff, and in between we've got a broadcaster and an event stream. So it's really clear that stuff that happens here has an impact there, but all of a sudden here time becomes much more important than it is here, you know? And that's the kind of stuff that I like. And this thing doesn't even have a name. What's it? It's just a random diagram. Those C4 diagrams, and I guess also sequence diagrams, are built to be able to understand even if no one is explaining it. But this I just built to be able to explain it. Thanks for asking so many questions. Maybe this is like one important aspect of architecture that we haven't talked about yet. which is quality attributes. So aside from having nice drawings, it's also important to think about things that are typically called non-functional, but really impact the way you develop code or develop or architect some software. So it's worthwhile to think about them and then also to log those things. Like, all right, maintainability, how important is that? So here I've written when other coders want to help out, blah, 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 you know? Yeah, EventSourcing is a pun. So it's really event sourcing. Sorry for that. Did you read the book Data Design Intensive Application? No, I did not. I read Clean Architecture, Clean Code, Domain-Driven Design, Apprenticeship Patterns, Enterprise Integration Patterns as well. They're completely unrelated. And then Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. That's quite an impactful book if you ask me. Yeah, and then here we've got the domain. Yeah, this is like an interesting graph as well. It shows you how the domain of registration, etc., interacts with the event stuff, or like how it impacts the leaderboard. Yeah, quality attributes are also sometimes called non-functional requirements. So the book list would be Domain-Driven Design, the blue book by Eric Evans. What did I say again? Clean Architecture by Uncle Bob. Yeah, Clean Code is also by Uncle Bob, if I'm not mistaken. What else did I mention? Yeah, Miro is really amazing. You just treat it as a whiteboard, an infinite whiteboard. It's amazing. And then maybe this one is, I think, important to read. And that last one I will link because it's quite important. And it's completely free to read online. Yeah, that's a good idea to add it in the Twitch description. Okay, let me add that to post it. Nice. That's a very great suggestion. All right. I will do that as soon as I stop the stream, in fact. But yeah, really, this book, amazing. They also have a video series. I didn't know that. Cool. Yeah, I guess you might want to read this one. And it's so funny that they also suggest this one and this one. I did? Ah, shit, yeah. Okay. Anyway, I will update it with the book list if I haven't already. think this we can close. I'm just looking for IntelliJ again. Ah, here we go. Yeah, I understand that you never really understand domain-driven design. So the way that people usually read it is they read it on their own and then not talk about it with anybody else, and then you can't really use any of it. So domain-driven design is the book that benefits the most from doing that in a reading group. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a great way to help you out with that. There is also a summary. I don't think it's that interesting to read. You know what? There's like a little flyer, I think, yeah, by Scott Millett. Or booklet or something. It's a shorter page thing. So this is probably... Ah, here, the anatomy of domain-driven design. This is it. Shit. So it's also free to read. I will also add this one to the list. How do you use domain-driven design in building software? Well, if you've read Clean Architecture, Uncle Bob says it's really important that your domain, the middle of your, fucking hell, I can't really show you any of that. Maybe in the code, it'll be easier. Domain. So all of this stuff in here should all be plain stuff, plain Java stuff. And the reason for that is this should be very super clear to everybody else reading it, and it should hold your business rules, I think, or policies is what Uncle Bob calls it. And around this should be some ports and adapters that allow something else to interact with the domain, or have the domain interact with something else. And when you do that, then you can really be super expressive in how you determine those rules. So maybe I have an example. I'm not really sure if I do, in fact. Because I decided to get rid of all of the unit tests for some reason. Maybe I have some here. Yeah, not really. Ah, here. It doesn't really explain or is expressive enough, I think. Ah, voila, here. Most challenges done, leaderboard creates a ranking where the player that sent out the most challenges has the highest rank. So it's a very descriptive thing. It's cool that in Kotlin you can just write this stuff, function names, as sentences, which allows you to read stuff like this. Rank remains null when a player has not sent out any challenges. And then there's some setup here, and then you rehydrate based on all of these events that happened in order, and you get a ranking of just 2 people, with me getting the higher score. But all of that stuff should be really well expressed in your code itself, in your production code. So that's why domain-driven design is important. So I don't have the good project, let's say, to really drive that point home, because I'm just doing domain-driven design in my code base as an exercise. What's up, Colin? I was just casually explaining domain-driven design to Chandu here, who supports authors who write books, but he doesn't make enough money to spend it on a lot of books, maybe 1 or 2. And he uses some library to download books for free. Well, most of the stuff I shared is already completely free. So the anatomy of domain-driven design is free, and apprenticeship patterns is free. DDD will never work. Yeah. DDD is about tackling complexity in the heart of the domain. There we go. I am too hot. I hope you've got better weather in France. And you will be happy to hear that my JWT in a cookie implementation works successfully. And I was now just trying to rebuild my scenario tests so that it in fact actually does work. So yeah. Oh, 28. It's quite hot. Yeah, so this thing for some reason becomes an empty string, and the reason for that is I am now using a dummy security config, this one, to run in my scenario tests, which yeah, decodes a job token in this kind of way, and I think it might be illegal. Or something, because the job that comes out of it might not be valid or something. I don't really know. Yeah. Ooh. I like that question. When do you need to use domain-driven design and CQRS, and when is not a good place to use them? I guess it's more like, when would you choose to apply domain-driven design? So, if you want my opinion, by the way, thank you so much for following Strutovsky. It's difficult because those quality attributes. Here, quality attributes. These should be like a good indication of when to use domain-driven design or not, in fact. Because if you think like there is so much complexity and it's the main core business of this product company, well, that's their core domain, and it's going to be important for that thing to be maintainable, right? So if it's not commodity software that you can buy or customize to a little extent to make it work for you, then don't use DDD on it and then just buy it. Or if it's, I guess it's a very risky, how do you say, risky component, that if it fails and you don't want to depend on a vendor to have your software fail because of them, then maybe it's also a good idea to write it yourself. I don't know if domain-driven design is a toolbox, because that could easily lead to, you know, like just implementing or just using entities and value objects and repositories, like all of the tactical stuff. But the main value is domain-driven design in its strategical patterns, I think. If you apply it successfully there, I think you're good. But if you only apply the technical patterns, you might be over-engineering. It really depends a lot. But then again, people always tell me, oh yeah, but if it's a simple CRUD application, then don't use domain-driven design. Well, honestly, I have never ever had to write a simple CRUD application. The cool thing that DDD allows you to do is write flexible code and change the rules because it's built on flexibility. Yeah, that's like the main idea behind domain-driven design. I think is like the flexibility, the fact that you're continuously learning about your domain and your problem, and then applying those learnings in your code. So that's why you basically want to do domain-driven design, I think. No, indeed, yeah. Building a domain model and not an anemic one is not easy at all. Yes. So that's also why domain-driven design is typically a very good fit to agile software projects. Now, why the hell am I getting a blank job token? So somewhere here, no wait, it's in the... Here, we're getting a blank string, and I don't understand why. I hope you're ready to do some debugging into Spring. Oh, this music is a bit too high energy for me, I'm afraid. Let's put on something else, ambient up. Infrastructure passion. Ja. Earlier I said that my experience with Spring... Oh, why you want to use JVM? You mean for my concrete project or what? Because for me it's just I want to write Kotlin. It's not I want to write JVM. I choose Kotlin because it's a strong typed language, stronger than Java. And I don't like dynamic languages because I feel like I can't express myself enough in those. And I have to write too many unit tests. So I want to lean on the compiler as much as I can, and with dynamic languages, you can't. It's as easy as that, my friend. Let's see. Name is null. Ah, we have a JWT, but the token value is not empty. What? So the JWT token is correctly set. We set it to HTTP only. Maybe the domain is the problem. Oh shit, what happened there? We built that cookie and then it breaks. My dude. Where is the build again? Fuck. Huh? What? It crashed on build, right? Not on this response? I wasn't even there yet? Okay, so this do filter is, I think, stuff that got us into this. Then there's the bearer token authentication filter, more filter stuff. Do get, I think. Okay, handle. Now we should. My young. No, I don't know. I don't understand now anymore. So we get an illegal argument, but it's somewhere here, huh? I wonder, because it looked like if I can just run this. Damn it, I wasn't paying attention there. If I can just run this in a unit test somewhere. Wait, what's cookie name again? Yeah. Alema, honestly, I don't understand what went wrong here. Okay. Build. Excuse you. Oh, but I want the implementation. So this returns a cookie builder. This thing. This one. Okay. Show me build. What the fuck? It's not a default method, is it? No. Then how come it didn't implement, or it doesn't implement it? Oh, it just IntelliJ. Okay, never mind. Really, there's nothing special happening here, huh? Okay. Age not null, and then here we go. It's, I guess, one of these. Cookie value? Was it the value that was empty? No, they just return. They don't do anything. Ah, here, so it's a blank one, that's why. So value is blank for some reason? Okay. Why is value blank? It's being passed to that thing, and how is it built? You've got the builder pattern, it's being set as a nope. Where does value come from? That's a deep question, isn't it? Ah, when you create your response cookie builder, and we make or we build it from value from this. My young dude, what? What? Let's run it again. I don't understand anything. Let's read up a chat. Hang on, eh? What the hell is lead code? 2 cents on the domain. You think it's the domain that's broken? We will go through here and then see what's what. You are investing a lot of time in learning algorithms and data structures. I am happy that I am learning them very quickly and know how to use them. also quite important. But it is sad that I can't use them, write better clean code when I am building software, yeah. Algo and data structures, easy to learn compared to design patterns, yeah. But you know what? You shouldn't, how do you say that? So algorithms and design or data structures are like lower level building blocks of software design basically. And software design, which is basically deciding where goes what, is much more difficult to explain because it's so, how do you say that? It's so problem specific. You want to make sure that your code is representing what the business is talking about, how you're going to solve it. So I call this crumble. Why did I do that? Because it's a pun on a cookie, and I want the cookie name to be like that, for example. So naming is quite important. But then if you want like good pointers, you should, yeah, okay. And then finding bounded context and their relationship might be challenging. And that's, yeah, it really is quite difficult. But if you know some of the design concepts, for example, like these are just heuristics, some like solid or Cupid nowadays, but there's also like a much simpler one that says the 4 rules of simple design, which are, maybe I should just show it here. Let's do Markdown. As I am debugging it, mind you. So let's do, oh god. 4 rules of simple design. You get brownie points if you know them. Oh, what the hell is going on? Ah, here we go. Number 1, passes the tests. So passes the tests implies that there are first tests and then production code. So this is a very important one because if you have this, then you have a safety net for now and also in the future. Then there's reveals intent, basically saying name stuff in such a way that it reveals the intent to a future developer. So don't call variables A, B, and C if they mean something more specific. But also a future developer might also be you yourself in a couple of years. So think about that for a second. Then there's, yeah, I want to say dry, but it's not. It's more like no duplication of concepts, and this is like the main important difference here. In a couple of weeks even, says Freedom as yes, for sure. Yes, even if you're like me, then it will be tomorrow. But so indeed, no duplication of concepts. So that doesn't mean it's not just applying do not repeat yourself. It's really discovering, is the actual concept also duplicated? And only then do something about it, like make a higher abstraction. And when you do this, this will lead to the proper higher level abstractions. So, and then doing so reduces risk of creating feature magnets. So sometimes you'll create a class, I don't know, user, I'm just saying something, and you can be like, ah, but department, get department, that makes sense on a user, right? Because a user works for a department. Yes, but which kind of department and how are you going to use that department in the future? Is it to determine authorization-based stuff? Or are you going to get like the name out of it to determine some other logic or whatever? Like, then it's not just, or it's no longer just a user's department. It needs to have some more specific things to it. And then adding it to a general user is a really bad idea. You see? So it might seem like it's duplication at first, but really think about if it's actually duplication. And then the last one, also a really important one, the least amount of elements. So actually both of these will lead to not creating feature magnets. But so these rules of simple design are really, I think, like a very good way of thinking about the design of code. So if you apply them in a very hardcore way, and you can do that if you practice the code kata with the TDD as if you meant it constraint. If you do this kata a lot of times, then you will really understand what encapsulation means. You read this article once that was called "Don't use dry, use wet instead, write everything twice." Yeah. So at least at that point, you're also just writing it twice and then looking at it to see if it's actual duplication. It's a nice one. And hopefully you will understand that if you write your tests as well. If you write your tests first, then you will also understand, but then we will need it on this object as well, so blah blah blah. And then you can start reasoning about your code and actually thinking about how design works. I think there's also Martin Fowler or Kent Beck, I forget which one of them it was, but they were like basically the same principle, write it twice, and then if you write it a third time, only then do extract it. Thank you for following, friend. But yeah, good addition for sure. So do this please. To pull this all in a 1 week sprint is hard? That I don't understand. So I'm not sure if you're thinking, do you mean to say that you need to learn yourself all of this in a 1 week sprint, or because all of this is really low level for sure? Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. It's very short, so apply all of these rules every time you do your red-green refactor TDD cycle. Oh. And yeah, if you don't know red-green refactor, it's quite easy. Red means first write a failing test that fails for the right reason. So make sure output is readable for your test, and make sure you're testing the right thing, and that it's not, for example, failing for null pointers or something like that, unless you're testing that. Green, make it work. Refactor, make it pretty. And then plus, make it fast. And then go to red again. I don't understand a single thing you are saying, but I'm here to enjoy it nonetheless. Welcome back, Mr. Rats. Yeah, it definitely needs practice, yeah. It definitely needs practice. This is why you're supposed to be doing code katas. So code katas are very small, short exercises, or supposed to be short, that when you do them, you throw away your code in the end. So it's a fun, liberating feeling of not having to deal with the code that you wrote. And ideally you also do those things in pair, so that you learn from each other. Because most of the time having discussion is even more valuable, I would say, than doing the thing itself. So we definitely have a string, a value in here. So if I do from, and I skip this one, our response cookie, dang it. I can't really see what I'm building here, I guess. But if I were to do this, here domain is null, but my value is definitely, ooh, I think this might be the reason. The bearer part is not stripped for some reason. Well, actually, that's just a problem, but we can... I wonder why that is, in fact. I know this makes sense. It's okay that it... because here we're still just exchanging, so it's fine that we get the bearer thing. Blah, 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 blah. And now... domain, init domain. It's not null, so it gets returned as localhost. This is going to be returned. Then we do the build. And now all of a sudden value should be a blank string or what? No, okay. Let's go into, yeah, sure. Value, where are you at? It's still filled in. Same for this thing. They're both filled in. If it's different from null. Yeah, okay. So it's not being set to blank here, right? No, okay, cool. So now we've got a value on our thing. The domain is not null, it's localhost. Path is filled in, it's secure, it's blah blah. Same site is null. Maybe this is the thing that's breaking. Okay, now at least we'll know which one of these fails. This won't fail. Object is being initialized. Validate. It's not null. Ah, fucker. This might be it. It will have a space, and that's probably why. And then that's the stuff that we can't really... Oh, now I only... now I interpret it properly. Cookie value cannot have, and then a blank space in it. That's the entire exception message. Okay. That could have been clearer. Yeah. So it wasn't really intention revealing, I would say. So now we also learned why that is. And I guess in our security config, is it here? We do this thing. Ah, yeah, voila. So here, instead of returning the stripped string, we are just returning the header as is. So let's strip it. So if we have an authorization header, then just strip. Oh, don't use strip anymore. Use what? What else should I do? Oh, okay. Then what can we use instead of strip? Maybe there's like a good way to maybe it's split. Yeah, but that will return a list of strings. That's not something I want either. I guess I could do take or a substring. Or replace, that's like a typical thing, you replace the entire string with the authorization header. Okay, you know what? Strip bearer. Voila, and then we'll just write our own extension function on string called strip bearer, which should do this dot. What was I saying before? Substring, I think. Oh, okay, this is, I think, Gucci. Substring after yeah, this header thing. And then I think I want to add that in a string, and then also add the space, because that's quite important. And then we're missing the limiter value. What the? Just do this, because if you don't have it, then just return that. Nee. What's your problem? This might return an optional or something. Ah, no, okay, we were just waiting for it to compile. There we go. Okay, and then we just rerun the test, or yeah, why not rerun the test? We'll see. Ah, trim. Well, trim does maybe trim. Trim is usually like a thing to say. Oh no, you're right. Having leading and trailing characters from the char array removed. This is basically what I want. Yeah, because we know that it leads, but yeah, I guess this is the same thing, but then a bit more awkward. So now we can just rewrite this implementation later and checks if it works. Trim will work because it's a Kotlin specific thing. Oh, well, Fredumasi. Let's put it in a util function and write the JUnit test for it. I think you are... Maybe I should call you my conscience now. We should do this, in fact. That's made me think about how Kotlin works, in fact, because it's so easy to add functions to something that you don't necessarily want to test, which leads to more untestable code, I guess. Whoa, what the f... Alleen? Did I not strip it? You know what? Here is where Frey's comment came in very handily. If I would have unit tested this, then I would have known it. Or remove prefix, that's a nice one. Okay, let's write a function for that then. Let's put it close to this REST API thing. We've got extensions here. There's a tokens thing. Do I want it? It's sort of related to tokens, but not really. But we could put it there. So I think let's put it here. So then, I've never actually written a unit test for an extension function before. But let's try to do that right now. Let's do a extensions test or something. Let's call it this. Let's write a test function and then say, what was the name? It was a really good name, I think. Remove prefix. Removes, oh, we don't want these. Removes the past prefix from the given string. Voila. And then we can also have another test that says, what should it do if we don't have an empty string? Returns the string if no prefix was found. Something like this. These should be nice. Can we come up with more tests while we're at it? Maybe we just want to run or write this one first. Okay, so let's do a string that we have right now. Bearer space and then some mumbo jumbo, for example, free Dumasi understands, or aka my conscience. Voila. And then if we call remove prefix with bearer, which includes the space, maybe that's some stupid stuff there. We'll assign that to actual. Then we can assert that actual, oops, is equal to, and then we'll just copy this thing over here and import the regular assert that from assert j noise, and then we'll have this one. So if there's snarf in here, I guess there's also if bearer would be at the end, what should we do then? With prefix not at the beginning of the string, should just return the string as is, as if there's no prefix. Huh? Seems fair. And then here returns a string if no prefix was found. So yeah, I guess we just do this because we can't find the prefix here. Is there some other stuff we need to do? I was gonna actually implement it. Wait, remove prefix is already a thing. I thought, holy fuck. So I thought that remove prefix is something that we were gonna write ourselves, and then I was like, wait a minute, somehow it's compiling already. God damn it. Fuck. Yeah, this is true. What do you know? Those tests work. But do we want a remove bearer then? So maybe we'll call remove bearer. But then we don't pass a string to it. Something like this. A remove bearer doesn't exist, right? Okay, nice. So now we can, in fact, create this function called remove bearer and just return this. That way it will compile. And really those things should all do the same, right? Because we tested it with bearer. Let's run it. Oh, I don't like lowercase bear, but I don't know why. I guess it's because bear is the new word, you know? We've got a failing test. Which one is it? Will I navigate to it? Why doesn't it navigate to it? Ah, because of these internal stuff, probably. I think that's still a little bit of a flaw. Let me validate my assumption. Yep, it's annoying, eh? So you need to have Discord, so I have a Discord. By the way, Chandu, I stream every Tuesday at 7 CET. I know it makes sense that it fails, but I wanted to see it fail me first. So here we are both returning the same string, so that's why they are both working. So it's kind of difficult to make that fail. I guess I could return an empty string and then see that it indeed fails. But now we need to implement it like it is. Using your remove prefix, I really like it. And then would you use remove prefix? Would you use that HTTP headers constant here? No, not that one. The one from Spring, I guess. This one. Because this is the bearer. It's not even this one. So that would have been a failure. Then I guess we do this. I also still wonder what happens if you don't add the space, the white space. Will it work or not? Ah yeah, okay, so I guess also add Discord bot. Yeah, fuck. Where is that thing? It does, but I also want this thing to be internal anyway, because this only makes should make sense in this module, and we are in REST API. which is fine. What say you? I will just add it here. Hang on, Chandu, I'm loading Discord so that I can share your link, or share the link to it. And now we need a new import. Damn it, I should have moved it there. Here we go. Dear Lord, everything is so slow now. Create invite? Is that how you do it? Christ, I'm such a noob. Alright, here's the Discord link. It's active for 7 days. Good luck with that. Hey, we've got green tests. So this is why I like localized extension functions. If you use the internal modifier, it will remain within this module. It's so cool. And it's safe enough because ideally, I guess you don't want to have it, but still we didn't use it because it was somewhere else. But all right, I forgot already where we were going to use that. Strip bearer. So this one would have been remove bearer. I've already forgot bearer. And then we can get rid of this one. Oh, that's also why it was failing, by the way. We were using the authorization header here. It was a good idea to unit test it in the end. Nice. Ah, yeah. I think it should be the default, in fact. Much like they, how do you say that? They value closed classes, so closed for extension. I mean, in Kotlin, because everything is by default closed, so not, or final, let's say. But then extension functions, when you just write them everywhere, you can just see examples of not using visibility modifiers. But I think it's quite important that you should keep them like this. Otherwise, there's like the danger of all of these things leaking and introducing dependencies that you don't want. Because that's a mistake you can easily make, I think. So yeah. All right. Okay. So we've modified our code to now do remove bearer, which will strip the space, which was the important part, in fact, out of the job token. That will also put fucking hell. That will put the where is the scenario? Registration steps. It was the scenario I was looking. This one. Let's get it. This one. Let's run it. What was I saying? Yeah, so now it will strip the bearer space thing out of the job token, which will allow the cookie to be set. And then hopefully, because we're just stupidly printing the headers here, I hope that there is then a set-cookie thing set on that response headers. And then I think even more importantly, the client should have, oh damn it, I ran it in not in debug mode. Oh boy. It's also funny because Chandu says there's no Discord link, otherwise he will miss my stream, but I never advertise that I'm going live on my Discord. So I guess I'll need to fix that as well. Ooh, and clean my lens apparently. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. I meant to say all right. Okay. So now let's think a bit. So what I want to do, I think, is if I go back to my scenario. Oh, fuck no. Yeah, let's do that here, I guess. Because this will update my client to use I hope to use that JWT token on the cookie. But then what, huh? Then we don't need this anymore. Actually, so if I run this test now, it should work, because on every subsequent step I just expect that cookie to be there. So let's run it. This is very exciting. Are you also a Kotlin fan, Frey? It would be so cool if this just works now. Wiping database. Oh. Android development for 10 years, so you were really pleased with Kotlin. I have zero context because I've never done Android development before, but I can imagine that not getting null pointers is interesting. So here we've got null. And we get that in Kotlin. Why is that? Because JWT is a Java class and it can't. Oh no. Okay, so our dummy. Son of a bee. So now we're like how do you say that? We're entering TypeScript style territory, because JWT is something that comes from the Java world, and it can be in fact initialized with nulls because there's no contract defined there, which is really annoying. So when you do this, it might end up returning null apparently. Get claim as URL. Oh yeah, fuck. So this is why. Yeah, so we need to make our thing a little bit smarter, I think. Oh, damn, that's so annoying. So in reality, this would never explode. It's just because we, how do you say that? We've created our own security config and screwed ourselves over basically by, where was that? By creating our own JWT token. No, it's not here. It's in the security config. By doing this, because in our claims map we have not set the actual ISS here. So what we should do is use the ISS from the token that we send. So that would be this thing. I just wish there was like an easier way to do that, because if I do, I don't know what that means with token value. Can we just do build? Maybe we'll just see what that does. Maybe we'll be lucky. Okay, run the test, wait another 5 minutes. Being stuck on Java 1.6, oh my god. Okay, yeah, I can imagine. I've also noticed that using Kotlin and legacy software projects is quite interesting because, like you said, you're no longer stuck on a Java version. You just say target the JVM with JDK 1.6. You're fine. I actually gave a presentation on DSLs for the Belgian Kotlin user group, but that was already 3 or 4 years back. There's a Belgian Kotlin user group. I never was involved. Is it still alive? No, I have to look up. So since I know that there's a Belgian Kotlin user group. How did you come upon this stream, in fact? Belgian Kotlin user group. Just go like this. Ma. Oui. 2017. Kotlin.be. How Allee! Allee, what's this? This is too sad. Godverdomme. People. Who do I poke? What? How does that work? Yeah, the way that I try to... Yeah. I try to use Kotlin to replace Lombok on most projects. Oh, that's really sad. That's fair, I guess. People's priorities change all the time. Don't I know it? Oh, it's still broken. Why? Ooh. Different error, I think. Ooh, internal server error. That's different. And when? Using the register thing, so... We expect a success, but we're getting something else. Maybe oh no, it's still... Oh, headers cannot be empty. When? It's still the same thing, so instead of doing an implementation where we do with, or how do you say? That's, I don't like it, like... Isn't there a way to just parse it or something? So is this thing from Spring or what? Yeah, okay. you can make a more specific thing here. Oh no, I forget, because I think the moment that we actually add issuer to the headers, it will try to verify. I'm not sure, but it might be. No. Godverdomme, hè. Wait, if I'm smart, then if I look where this is used, then we might already have... Yeah, okay, it's the Nimbus one. Mr. Nimbus! Maybe, honestly, we can just use... No, we can't. Because here we've got a parsed JWT token. So why are they still trying to use this? Ah, this is a different kind of JWT. This is the one from Nimbus. Yeah, the thing is, Lombok would solve the verbosity issue, but it's not that generated code is weird, it's the fact that it's highly dependent, I mean like super highly dependent on your Java version. So if you want to upgrade from, I don't know, Java 9 to 11 or something, I'm just saying something, then, or back in the day when that came out for like a new one, for example, I think 17 is gonna come out in September, right? So people that have Lombok are not free to just upgrade their JDKs, because they first have to wait until Lombok writes their implementation for 17, and only then, when that plugin, even it's a fucking plugin, is released, then they can migrate their entire code base to 17. That's the stuff I don't like about it. It does some weird instrumentation bullshit with your compiled classes that I don't like. So if you think about it, Kotlin does the same thing, but at least it's more straightforward and you get extra benefits. And then the other thing that Lombok does, which I hate even more, is it breaks encapsulation. So people typically see, oh, you just do add builder and then all of a sudden you have a builder pattern for your class, but people don't stop to think about what the implications are for encapsulation. At least with Kotlin, you've got control over what you share and what stays private, etc. Because if you just do add builder, then you're all of a sudden you just have setters all over the place. It's the same thing. You just construct it at a later time, but that's it. You're still exposing setters, and that's the stuff I really hate about it. It's like a very hidden problem because people generally don't see that issue until it's too late. You can't be, that's what I'm saying, you cannot be expressive enough with Lombok, but you can be with Kotlin. And the, how do you say it, like the dependency, if you think about how difficult it is to add Lombok to your project or how difficult it is to add Kotlin to your project, that difficulty remains the same. But for Kotlin, you need to have some extra knowledge, a little bit, I would say, because you just need to understand data classes and named parameters, and from there on out you're good. And it's cool because you can start introducing Kotlin generally, like in a very small step kind of way into your project, even into your legacy project. So what we usually do or did in the past is, if you have a clean architecture in your REST API, we would typically have Kotlin as a project. I mean, as a source set that would contain the representation, so all of the JSON objects basically that go in and out of our REST API. Just define them as data classes in Kotlin and then add some extension functions on there to map from and to your domain, for example. And you can also gradually introduce unit tests with the fun backtick full named function names. and then slowly but surely convince people that Kotlin is the way forward. This is my sneaky, don't tell anyone plan for every project I'm on. But yeah. It's really cool that you gave a presentation on DSLs to the Kotlin user group. That's so cool. And it's really sad that they stopped doing those things. But I guess it's more become an international community with the Kotlin Slack, etc. And the people from JetBrains just releasing great content all of the time. Okay, let's see if we can just use the Nimbus decoder and then... but yeah, I think we won't be able to do it, but we will see. Mr. Nimbus! Fucking hell. So that's a reference to Rick and Morty if you haven't seen it already. Nimbus. Oh. Wasn't it Nimbus JWT decoder? I don't remember. Yeah, it is. Here we go. Oh god, and this needs a processor. What does this thing do? How is it used? Verify the signature. So it needs to produce a claims set. So maybe this does the verification. Aha. Let's look for implementations. I bet this one does the verification. Oh no, it has a verifier. Okay, let's just try it. New default JWT processor or something. Let's see how it likes this. I think there was a lot of hype when Android started to officially support Kotlin, and then these groups popped up. But now I think it's growing at a more steady pace. Yeah, you know, maybe like it's just become a more of a standard in the Android world. And then, yeah, since you already have user groups internationally, the one for a local, or the need for a local one disappears a bit. Okay, let's see. JWT claims verify maybe extended. Ugh. I think I don't want to. I want to make it stupid. So you can override them, apparently. But I am wondering how they are used, in fact. Extract JWT claims set. Verify claims. You know, let's run it in the meantime and then see what we can learn. Verify. Let's see. So if we do... Now we are in the... we are in the verifier. I think I clicked too soon. I'm looking at some old code I have. I think I did this in Spring Boot before. The JWT verification, but then without. So the problem I was having is that I think it's an assumption and I haven't actually validated it. But if I would use the Nimbus JWT decoder, that thing actually tries to make a connection to an authorization server to verify that the ISS does indeed have the key set that was provided, etc, etc, etc. So, yeah. And I also randomly remember that somewhere in the Spring docs, was it here? No, here? I do like that they, or what they did to the Spring security docs, because they have become much more readable. Yeah, so you could say set this. Yes, okay, let's just wait until it pops back into the thing we were before. Yeah. What does the actual error say? Nothing. I don't have great error reporting, honestly, in these tests. So I think I can remove that stuff about the in cookie blah 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 that was here. Let's get rid of this stuff. And then what? And here's the error message. Got nothing. So apparently we don't even translate that thing or log it for that matter. Is that what I'm supposed to read here? So we do... we should log it, honestly. What the fuck? Error. We should log it with that. Very interesting. Vaguely remember we had to add a verifier. Yeah. So I think the default one, this JWT processor has one for sure, because they initialize it at the top, but yeah, I don't really know what it actually does, you know. So this thing does that. What does it actually do? Verify. That doesn't really do anything actually. I was expecting it to actually go to the authorization server, but then it doesn't, in fact. Okay, so then I think we should probably go back to our registration. No, yeah, it's the registration endpoint that I wanted to go to. So that would be the registration controller or something. This thing, it expects, yeah, we were getting errors before here, or really at this point. So let's rerun our tests and debug. And then hopefully we won't hit other breakpoints. I don't think we should. Should be okay. It's so funny that you found me by such a coincidence, honestly, Frey. I didn't know that people generally do browse software development and then, you know, visit this stream. But that's really cool. Doop, 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 doop. Have you ever done backend development as well with Kotlin? Or what kind of development do you do now? I did run it in debug, right? Oh, yeah, I see the debugger here, okay. So hopefully we actually enter this place. We should have, because we're getting a response from our controller method, so... Motherfucker. Now it feels like it's still going wrong in... yeah, somewhere in here, I guess. Where's the decode function? Let's see if you reach this point. We will never know unless we try. Ah, you moved to Flutter. But you did some React, Web Dev, React Native, Spring Boot and Kotlin and Java, and some PHP as well. I've never done PHP. I've only heard the memes, but I've never actually done it properly, I mean. But I do know that Matthias Verraas, who is like one of the, how do you say, like the heroes of domain-driven design, especially in Belgium. He used to be a PHP developer, in fact. So by how like that, there's some fallacy there, but because that's a thing, then I suddenly have more respect for PHP than I probably should have. But it's fun that you're doing so many different languages. It's nice. Keep on learning, at least on a technical perspective. That's cool. Aha, okay. At least now we've entered the decode of the Nimbus decoder. At least that parsing went well. It's a signed JWT. Yeah. And probably because it's signed, it's going to try and verify it. Yeah, okay. So it's in the claims that it breaks. No JWS key selector is configured, but I don't want to fucking deal with this bullshit, please. Drop frame, see query. Let's do it again. What instance? We have a default. Ah, yeah, that's the one that we set, of course. Let's drill down. It is indeed a signed JWT. Even if it's, you know, if it's a plain JWT, it would fail. So let's see. It's not false because apparently we have defined one. Then we go to the JWS type verifier. Okay. Yeah, sure, go in here. Man, what the fuck, dude? So there's no exceptions here. So this thing doesn't actually do all that much, right? But then, here. Look at this. JWS key selector may have been deliberately omitted. That's correct. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. These developers of Jose add the future vision. So this isn't in fact null. Wait, it is? The key selector is null. Oh, so this one, that's probably what you said. Vaguely remember you had to add a verifier. I think we need to add a key selector. Get JWT claims set aware JWS key selector. This one is even null, so if this one, let's just imagine that we managed to get by that thing. I think you can find how it's used. Okay, just a getter. This one we already knew, but then here, select keys. Oh, this is a different one. There's another one here. I think we use this one, huh? Okay. Yeah, it was heavily invested in PHP. That makes sense. Yeah. Needed to add set signing key resolver to the job builder. Signing key resolver. Let's see what that does to the builder. Yeah, so here we ended up not using that builder anymore because you'd need to have like some extra stuff there, but signing key resolver should also be somewhere in here. No, signing key, maybe that's just part of how it would be wired up into this job processor, because it sounds a lot like what this thing is supposed to do. What would select JWS keys do? Yeah, but it's going to return keys and then it's going to use those keys to try to verify some stuff probably. So right now I am contemplating if we are actually on the right track. It feels so wrong what I'm doing in any case, because I'm basically saying, look, I don't care that I forged my own JWT token because I'm only using it for testing purposes, and I need a JWT because I need an ISS and a sub, and those are two characteristics of an actual JWT token. So, but then all of the rest is saying, yeah, but please do verification. So this is why the numbers thing comes in. Mr. Nimbus. Richard. You couldn't read the token because it threw an error if it couldn't verify it with the correct key. Yeah, that's the same same thing I have as well now. So instead of doing this one, let's do again with the JWT builder. So a decoder that would return a JWT builder, no, JWT with token value it, sure, and then eventually we should do build. But then before we do that, we should say with set signing key something something. Oh, there's no such thing. Yeah, indeed. So it's definitely a good thing, yeah, because it makes it more difficult to be unsafe with JWT tokens, which is exactly what you want. But so, yeah, I'm just wondering if I shouldn't just make sure that, yeah, there's another way for me to do this, and maybe I don't need this even. If I just have yeah, no, I need that in fact, because if I go back to my registration controller, eventually this thing expects there to be a JWT authentication token on there somehow. So I need at least this thing, and then like with a proper token in there that has an issuer. Sure, that's the other thing. Honestly, we could just extract it from the string somehow. If we just map it, that's something we could do. Where should I write that? We could make our own class called JWT for test or something. Let's just create a new one or whatever, and then we've got a private data class JWT for test, which has a bunch of fields. I don't think we want this to be private, in fact. And it should have some strings, I think, because now we just want to represent the most important things. So that would be the ISS, I think. ISS, which is a string. The sub, which is a string. And then the other things I don't even think we need. Yeah, maybe we do need it. Like the IAT, etc, etc, etc. So my idea was, let's just try to build this. So that would mean let's get a checksum object mapper. This one do read value. This. And I guess it should already be working. And then, and if we, I guess, import the proper extension function, the one that has the the reified generics. And now we need to make sure that this one extends a JWT. And I think it's this one that we need, because this JWT decoder thing is supposed to return a what? A JWT. It's this one. 002.JWT. Allez, let's go. Aye. Oh yeah, so I can't do that, so I need to do the fucking hell. Yeah, so this I'm not really sure how to actually do this, because I sort of want to say that my JWT or that's gonna be a bit of an easier go. So let's not extend it, but then add a function as JWT or something, which should return a JWT from Spring. Maybe make it a function, Tim, wat denk je? Voila. And then we shall return a new one with all of the things you need. So that's basically this to string or something. Or I wonder if I want to do that. I don't think I do, because then I would be changing it. We could also do this. Then have a function called which would then just set, oh, that would mean, yeah, so I'm always late to understanding that it's in fact just a stupid setters for a backing property. So I would say this dot underscore original string equals like this, and then we've got a setter. Basically this thing doesn't exist, so it needs to be a private var this thing. So or we could make it into a late init val, but that's not really great. Guess it needs to be late init. This is weird, I think. So it needs to be a val original string, which is a string which needs a setter which should set original string equal to value, and then my get should be just return original string. And then we've got the backing property, this thing can go. Then we should just do this. Problem. Oh yeah. Then this needs to be a val though, right? Can that work? Ah, nee, because yeah, okay, never mind, I'm done. Okay, and then we should be able to create our token value from original string. Now, all of a sudden, I don't remember why I should. I can just have this, no, because this is just default implementation. So I don't know why I should have this. Yeah. I guess because we're changing. We're not returning anything when we do that, so that's not a good idea. So we need to change this again with original string this, and then still have a laden and var. We don't have a backing thing. We've got a function that says with original string that takes in a original string, which is a string, but it returns a JWT for test. And when we can do that, then means we should be able to do this dot copy. Ah, I've got an idea. We could set this initially like that. And set it to empty or whatever. And then we just copy and set original string to original string. Voila. Phew! So first we build via this read value thing. Now it's become unclear, I guess, because we called it with original thing. So let's do JWT for test as a more explicit thing there. Is it be for the... Yeah, okay. Then we can do this with issued at. So that's IAT. This is EAT, I think. And then headers. That was that mutable map of with ISS to ISS, and then sub to sub, and then the rest I forget. And what was it? No, wait, claims was that thing. So in fact, these are our claims. And then this crap, I don't know. Snarf to snarf. Here's a. And this we just set to instant.now. So what's the difference with what we had before? I already forget. Oh yeah. Cast, sure. Yeah, the difference is that now we've got proper claims here. And then that means that we can do it dot as .json, sure, and then as shot, because that's the thing that we need here. So maybe we should just inline this stuff. Oh yeah, probably what we need to do here as well is like say, because it's checks and stuff, JSON ignore or ignore properties, where we say ignore unknown equals true. Voila. Oh my god. Let's see, I've neglected the chat for a while. Okay, are there other options in the job DSL? Yeah, probably. Let's see, yeah. In the... it should be higher. But I don't think there were any of them that allowed me to return a job token. So the problem is this one. If you don't set it, then you get the default, which is the Nimbus one. And that one isn't great because it does too much. And here I think this JWT authentication converter thing, it already takes a JWT type. So there we will be too late, because first you need to get the bearer token, then decode it to a JWT, and then maybe change the way that you transform that JWT type into an authentication token. That's how it's gonna work. So okay, we've got like a more explicit ISS and sub things now, so maybe that will work. Unless checksum is gonna be a pain in the ass, this might just work in one go. So this is so this is a cool thing I think about just writing scenario tests, because it only makes sense in this grand context that we're doing this stuff. So why not just test it at the scenario level? Test your infrastructure layer there. But yeah, we're not in fact testing any of this. This is just purely for tests. So I think it's getting a little late for me. I guess we don't really do right value for this thing, which we're lucky that we don't, because that way otherwise I think this should also have like an @JSON ignore thing or something, so that it doesn't get output along with the rest. I do stream every Tuesday, unless it's the second Tuesday of the month, because then I host the Lean Coffee in Leuven. We haven't had a live one ever since this fucking pandemic, but we do ones online. So if you ever want to talk about self-improvement or team dynamics or philosophy or agile development or great coding practices, and you live close to Leuven, or you think it's worthwhile to come over, just look up Leuven Lean Coffee It's a meetup group, and then you can come live or join the online version. And then there's a bunch of other people that are much smarter than me that we can all learn from. It's really cool. Oh. Alright, cool. Thank you so much for joining and following, and for the great suggestions. I hope I can still finish it. Right now it seems like it's still the encoded string, so I need to decode it somehow. Ah, you work in Brugge. There is actually someone close to Isegem who did the online Lean Coffee Leuven, and he's interested in creating or starting up a Lean Coffee in Isegem. So I think that... No, wait, is that close to Bruges? I forget. I might be completely off. Well, anyway, it's somewhere Skyline something something. I guess you will see it pop it up. Ah, yeah, voila, relatively close. That's still okay. Closer than Leuven for sure. But once he's going to start his Lean Coffees, I should be joining that one a couple of times for sure to kick it off. All right. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, and I wish you a good night. Thank you so much. See you later. Alright, we were trying to decode this stuff now, because that's definitely an unrecognized token I can understand. I feel like we already wrote that somehow. Oh yeah, it's this thing. So maybe now we don't need to do two external account ref, or should we? It's almost the same thing, eh? Let's try it out. But this is the annoying part. Why is there casting of... Yeah, so please explain. If I leave it like this, so JWT is it's a Java class and not a Kotlin class, so maybe that's why. So I need to cast it explicitly, because if you go look at the signature of JWT, they're expecting a string and then to an object. So I think that's why it's impossible to infer the type properly, yeah? Right? Unless I'm missing something. I guess I could also do string here, because for sure this is fine. And here, I guess it could also be fine until I also add dates to my claims map. Is that fair? Ja. Inderdaad, Tobias. Meneer Boon. How are you doing? Don't care about that. Let's... Okay, so we were trying to maybe... Yeah, I think I'm going to just copy that over. This bullshit. Oh, it's over here. And really it's this thing. So let's do... Oh, we weren't actually... Something like this. All right, and then we need to do the with original string, which is the decoded JWT. Okay, and then this stuff can go. And this we learned, we had a different thing for that earlier today, so we write remove bearer. Voila. And then we split it into the delimiters and just take the first one. I think the reason why we did this notation instead of a dot first or something is because dot first gives you an optional one. I could be wrong. I think I might be wrong actually. And also we need the second one, that's why probably I'll get the second one. So maybe do the drop one and then first, but this looks ridiculous. At least I think so. So this could be a bit better. Okay, so what are we doing now? The as.json should fetch the actual JWT part out of the bear token, decode it into a JWT for test, which has the original string, and it needs that so that we can pass it to this thing, which now seems more ridiculous as I'm thinking about it. So, because really what we're doing here is that thing we only create in order to call it here. So maybe we should just call this as JWT. Just like this. And then add that as an actual thing to string. And I think I also want to make this private as JWT. Should return a JWT. And now we can return it as JWT. Just the original implementation, let's say. And do not it, but this, of course. And now I think instead of doing this, I can pass along this as the original string, And then we no longer need this field. So we can get rid of that and this thing as well. And then keep it smaller. It looks a bit nicer. No. That's incorrect because we don't want the original encoded string. We just want the JWT thing there, I guess. Okay. Then I'm afraid we can't. Then we will leave it like this. And I think we can make this private. Oops. And these also, I think. Yeah, let's run the test again. Let's see what this brings. And if I look at it like this, maybe it'll be better as a non-extension function on a string, because just as a decoder or something, like minimal JWT decoder or something, and then we can use it as a function reference. If it works. That's right, you wipe that database. Oi. Oh, now there's an enter in there somehow. Why would that be? I already forgot why we switched to the Nimbus JWT decoder at some point. I guess we don't have to do that because the other test or the other external account ref function didn't have it, or it wasn't necessary for that. So I understand that this is just a new line symbol, but where would that come from? Is it because original string would have a new line somehow? No. There was a way to do that. Fuck. Well, I think trim just does that. No, that's leading and trailing white space. Trim indent. I don't know. What does this do? I'm just guessing anyway, so maybe we can just check. So if we go to validate cookie value, yeah. So here, this value, this is the value. It will have new lines. That's what this thing is saying. Because the one thing that might be in the token value is just like some error message that contains an enter or whatever. Let's find out. Oh, sorry, I can't read that for shit. Yeah, it's formatted with new lines. But wait a minute, it doesn't need to be the decoded string at all, in fact. I don't know why I thought that it should be, in fact. Because then this does make sense to put original string in here, so to speak, as a this. And then we don't need to do this anymore. Voila. Okay, let's just run it again. Maybe I should have debugged. Oh well. And then we can inline this. God. Oh, thanks for keeping me awake, Cenobite offsec. I'm trying to figure out what's going on now, because before... Well, before we had some different code here. And I'm quite sure that as JSON was in fact working properly. Because now it's complaining at this point in time. So saying that the encoded bear token is non-existent. I do think we switched this up though, so maybe... Let's go back to that tokens thing. This is what was there originally, substring after. But if we do remove bear, it should be the same thing. I guess we switch it back to this part and then see what the difference is, or what? I also can't remember if I added this change along with the other things, so now I'm just hoping, honestly. And I still keep on not running it in debug mode. If this still fails, we are writing a unit test for this. Which I guess would have been better in the first place anyway, because this job for testing then would have not been private, okay, but at least it would have been, we would have been able to test it. So really the only notable difference from what we had before is that we now have an actual claims map. That's all we have different now. No, still the index out of bounds stuff. Okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Well, not really, but... And we don't even get like an encoded job token from that thing. Maybe there is one. Okay. So what's important here? I guess it's this part, that we can make a jot out of a string. Which if we move this to our extensions test, then we can still keep this private. Okay, I like that. So we'll just move this to file. And we already have, I think it's called tokens.kt or something. This one. Okay. Then I just copy pasted that. Tokens. Tokens. That's the one. Okay. Oh yeah, now this is private. And then JWT for tests also needs to be open. But then we can just move this like this, and it can remain private. And then we just unit test this function. It's a tokens KT test. Okay, so we already wrote one. It's called extensions test. This one. So this one will rename to tokens KT test. Because then if we do Command Shift T, we can navigate in between the test and the production code. That's all about remove bearer stuff. So let's do as JWT. Can transform an encoded bearer token into a JWT. That's it. And the way it's supposed to work is we'll get an encoded JWT, and that thing, the way we do that, as we say, you'll get a bearer blah and then something something dummy in scenario or something. Maybe here. As dummy encoded JWT. Yeah, and then you do encoded. Voila. This is the stuff I need. Wait a minute. What kind of JWT thing is this? We've got our own. Well, it's not even private. At least let's make it internal. So it's sort of like this, huh? It looks almost exactly like this, in fact. Wing. Oh yeah, right. The header is not even on the thing. I think I want to move this into a test fixtures. thing. Resource. So we should be able to do directory. Oh my god. I love you, IntelliJ. And then I think this I want to move along with this extension function, which is a pretty generic one. Maybe we should rename this a bit. Not just call it JWT, but I don't know, JWT for tests or something. And then this function we need to add as a maybe as a companion onto the companion object of this JWT thing. But then that also means that JWT info needs to move there, and this is part of that stuff, which only has the only information that we need here. I'm thinking in two big steps, I think here. Maybe let's just first copy paste all of this stuff. That's what I'm thinking now. What I could do here is I think I could create a type alias JWT for JWT for tests or something, and then this can be JWT for tests. Not sure if that would work, but worth trying out. Okay, let's do package first. Org scrambled adapter REST API. Let's make a Kotlin file, call it JWT for tests. Needs to be more public. Voila. And now I wonder if I immediately can start using it in my registration steps as a type alias. Doesn't seem that I can, but maybe that's because I just don't have a dependency yet. Yeah, I don't think I do. Okay, oh shit. Is that just test fixtures on the REST API? Test fix. Sure. Or it might not just be project, but here test fix Sure, and then this needs to be test implementation. I think this should work. Maybe we already have test fixtures somewhere. Let's do a quick Google as it is building. Cradle test fixtures. Using test fixtures. So that's the plugin, but how do you use it? So we create a test fixtures class in which module? Declaring dependencies of test fixtures. So that's really like if you're to add dependencies of the source set of your fixture source set, you can do this. Here, consuming of another. Okay, so you just need to wrap it again. Okay, so there's test fixtures, and that should go around project. So it's like this. Voila. And then we should be able to use them properly. Aye. Okay, so eventually so funky, this. Love it. Yeah, so hopefully in the end I will be able to do this, and then otherwise I'll just be replacing everything. I know. Still don't get it. The other thing I could have done here is, I guess instead of moving it to tokens, KT test is moving it down actually, yeah. But it should belong here, in fact. So I think this is the better thing to do. But I think I can already continue if I just copy all of this crap. Okay. Maybe I don't need to return a JWT info because I've got a more specialized class for that. And now, instead of using JWT info, we need this one. Okay, maybe we need JWT info instead because it's in fact JWT for test. That's not something you want in production code, right? Where is JWT info? Oh my god, there's a mosquito here and I hate it so much. This we can do. So really, this has become, or this will become available in those test picture things. This we can get rid of because it's supposed to be this one. Because this dummy JWT should return that kind of thing. And then we get a string out of that thing. And we can, we already added that, so. So then as dummy encoded can be I don't know why. Oh yeah, okay. So that is huh. I'm too tired of thinking. Fucking hell. It's this dummy jot with the this. It's giving me a headache because I mean this is all used locally, and we have jot info is defined within this very file, so I could just make. I mean, the thing I don't understand is why is this. Why is this just a function here to create a jot from a jot info? Because both jot info and jot itself are defined here. So I could just make this into a member function. Can't I just do that? Yeah, this already makes a bit more sense. Now this part. This could just be a private function within the data class itself. And then you don't even need this anymore as a parameter. You would just use this. Voila. Okay. And then this should belong to closer to jot. So put that here maybe. Or underneath it, right here. So this we can also define as a simple member function. No, nay, because it's a string extension function. Never mind. Okay. So that's great. We've got this jot info thing, which we really want to use like this. But then we can do that. We can just build a new jot info with both of these values, which in fact should be private. And then you just call as dummy encoded jot on it. So then we should just do this with, I don't know. I think these are strings anyway, yeah? Yeah. Actually, let's look what we used to set it up with in our tests here. So that's outside, so it's in the scenario. Player nickname, job info, just something like this. Voila. And then we just say as dummy encoded job. Okay, so once we have this and we say as JWT and we do token value, I think, because that's the thing. Oh fuck. Should not contain \ns, I guess. Because this should still be used in honestly, I thought we were still using that in our security config. Okay, wait. No. And the whole reason we're doing this is because if we ran our test, I guess it's debug output that was rename. I think it was still caught in a debugger or something. Yeah, let's just rerun it, I guess. Oh, maybe. What the fuck? Oh yeah, so this is an issue now, I guess, because it's no longer compiling it. So I want this to be gone, and actually this to be gone, because we should have already a JWT class somewhere else. Yeah, and the test fixtures, which we want to reuse. So goodbye. And this should also be gone. And now we just need better imports. Okay. Ooh, it's still not able to suggest. That's not great. So we do need test implementation for sure. And we want that project's test fixtures. That's what we're seeing here. And that's how you do it, or how you're supposed to do it. But then that should also mean that if you have, wait, I understand now. We're using the wrong JWT info. Now we'll import. Voila. And this one still remains in the test fixtures. Okay, cool. All right. So we've got a way to create an encoded JWT info token now, and it will be both the same for our scenario tests and our unit tests for this stuff, well, basically, which is used here. So if we then rerun this stuff, because we got an index out of bounds exception, we should be able to go here and then debug it. And then in fact reproduce this in a unit test. Godverfucking nou. That was the other scenario, I hope. Oh, we only had one single scenario, okay. Oh, I don't think I ran it in debug, so... Yep. Okay, but at least we've got a good reproducing case now, right? Because the thing that I can do now is just create this one. Which in turn then does this. I don't actually know why I do set cookie. Makes no sense. I don't need to do this. Because it already happens automatically normally. If I do the exchange cookie thing. Or at least that was my expectation, huh? This I also don't or shouldn't do anymore. So fetch player by .info step. Yeah, because it uses the security context here instead of what's it called? The bear token. I just realized that was the Pokemon song. Let's replay that. Yep. Gotta catch 'em all Pokemon lo-fi. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't need to do this. Great. Anyway. That was fun. So we get the bear token out of, we do remove bear here already. Okay. And then we say as JWT, which does, okay. But this thing shouldn't do anything, I think. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Missing delimiter value, which defaults to the original string. Okay, so then it gets split on dots. But this part is already all part of this as JWT thing, which is now internal to the the REST API module, yeah, which we have a test for. So we just say make a JWT info to as dummy encoded JWT on that thing. Okay, let's try to extract that because this is getting ugly. So this as JWT thing is also called here. So that's what we're trying to reproduce. And then it's gonna explode, I think. Because when you do as JWT JSON, this encoded bear token thing, or well, actually this dot substring will not have okay, let's run it and see what happens. I expect the same index out of bounds exception. Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, and what if you just pass this? So we're really just skipping a bunch of tests, huh? That's the only difference, I think. Let's just write or add a breakpoint there, and then once again go to our scenario and then just run this fucker and debug it. Just make sure that exchange cookie returns something positive. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Okay, now I'm interested in what it is. It clearly has dots, huh? Here's the other one. Okay, we navigate into as.jt. We'll do this as .json. That just returns itself. Then if we split after the limiters, you motherfucker. It must be at a separate instance, no? That it breaks then? Godver. Okay, we have set the cookie. Jongen, echt waar. So I think initially we should run through this because doing the exchange is fine, eh? But it's afterwards that it breaks. So once we get once we get the bear token out of the cookie, inner security config. Because here, let's see. Yeah, here we no longer have, or we shouldn't have the bearer value anymore. But is it different? So it's just doing F9. Voila. This is the exchange happening. This just works fine. That's the exchange finished. And then it breaks. Why does it break? 403 forbidden. Okay, but now it's failing for a different reason, honestly. Fucking hell. Earlier it was because of this thing failing. So how come it magically got fixed? Because I remember this even failing, eh? Might be outdated code or something. That's not cool. Forbidden. Why is it forbidden? Why is it forbidden? could also be that if I should have just tried running it without running it in debug and then seeing if it was still failing for the same reason, in fact, because it might be that my the fact that I'm running it in debug changes the output somehow. That would suck real bad. Man. It's unlikely. Let me make sure that we can skip the exchange part. Okay, this is still the exchange part, so here these should be null. Yeah, okay. So this is still the exchange part. Yeah. Son of a bitch. It's too late. And I can't just mute breakpoints because then I would be muting all of the breakpoints and I want it to stop. I want it to break at a certain point. Okay, skip this. Skip this too for the first time. Here's the exchange for the cookie. Okay, second time we enter in this thing. So now we are in the... we should have our JWT token on the cookie for sure. Is that the case? Ooh, that's not the case. Okay, here we've got the JUnit thread. So somewhere in here. Oh, it's still on the run blocking thing. Maybe I should add a breakpoint here or something. And then... yeah, I guess this still needs to be there. Son of a... oh. Let's exceed the timeout maybe. That'll be a bit easier to test it. Don't really know how to do that though. Control space. Let's do timeout maybe. Time. Nope. Ah yeah, okay, it's starting to dawn on me. The second time we're not adding anything on the... I think that's gonna be it. The second time we are expecting the HTTP client to set, in fact, the cookie that they get from the response. Because in our registration steps, we're just reusing that same client and then hope, well, that cookie gets set on the client so that in subsequent calls that cookie is sent along with it, but now I'm no longer sure. So maybe we need to wrap this one or something in our own client that then has state with the cookie in it. I don't really know how to do that for sure. Maybe we can look at Ktor client. Should have added a cookie. Ktor client cookie. Damn, this is a long time ago. Dun, 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 dun. Du, 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 du. Ah, install sessions. Holy. Okay, so install sessions and then session data using cookies. I don't know what this thing is. In fact, what the fuck does it mean? Session data will be passed to the client. To the client. Oh, this is server. I want the client side. Cookies plugin. Fuck me, godverdomme. Yeah, so this is what I need. I wonder why I never just read the fucking docs. It's unbelievable. What would this do? Just to fetch them, probably. Let's just rerun it instead of debugging it. What's up? Oh my god. How are you doing, man? Been a while. Forgive my sleepiness. But I'm not stopping until I finish this. We're not really stuck, but we're annoyed. We're annoyed. Cookies. If only I had some cookies. Oh, that's so nice. Have a nice evening. Or yes, cheers. So it's so nice of you to swing by. Database client. Yeah, that's not what I want. A list of cookies. Okay. Let's run the test again with all of this print information. Let's see how we can, or what we can learn from this. So, yeah, I really think it's because the HTTP client is not sending along those cookies that are requested, in fact. Oh, by the way, yeah, I hope localhost is the right one. I was changing that in that exchange thing. That's where we set the cookie, yeah? So there is some kind of a controller here. Session controller, no? Yeah, we are adding localhost as a domain. It's not that it's passing this age, right? That would suck so much. If it just forgets in between. Fuck. Wait, it's 6. Yeah, it's 6. But 6,000 seconds. It's in seconds. Okay, never mind. I thought this was milliseconds or something. Okay. We've got no cookies. This is why. Ain't got no cookies. Why? Why do I not have cookies? At least now my error messages make sense. Oh, this is not going to be helpful. Maybe the code example will help. So we build one client, you just install cookies, you perform a get to login, and then you repeat it 3 times. I guess the login just returns a session ID or something. Do we need to do some extra configuration there or what? Don't feel like we need it. This server sends session data in the set cookie response after visiting login. Yeah, we do the same except no, it's not exactly like session ID or something, but we do save cookies, eh? So they don't do anything specific there. So let's try not doing that either. It's too bad that there's so little explanation in that stuff. Maybe the request URL is different or something. I wonder if yeah, we could check what this thing does. Oh why? Did I just run it? Yeah, of course I did. We're only hitting 2 of those though. Oh yeah, I guess that's because the test fails earlier. So first we'll do the exchange. Maybe it should be a URL. So if you just do URL with local hosts, I wonder what it will do. It's gonna put HTTP in front of it. Too late. Brutal. Maybe let's read about timeouts and the docs. Timeouts. I already remember which one we were getting, but I think it's the request timeout. I guess if I let it fail now, then we will see which timeout it was, but... Okay. So I did remove a bunch of breakpoints, but apparently not enough. Kom jong. Yeah. It does say the full thing. So then we move into the register player step. Where we can try a bunch. So this is not going to give us any cookies. FIFA. Are we getting new cookies? Maybe what we can do now though is go into the register controller and check. Yeah, that's not in there. It's supposed to be in the security config. Because that's where we are having a lot of imports. No, that's where we have our security config for scenario, and this one uses this bear token resolver to then fetch the JWT token. No way. Yeah, actually, if we check this one now, it should in fact contain our token. That's what we want, or expect in fact. Can we get some more debugging going maybe? Logging. just do this. I don't think I have that dependency. Ktor client logging, so in here. And then I think logback we have with our Spring dependency, and this we pull in via boot conventions, so this should already be good. Feel like I've done this before. Come on, Gradle. Should I maybe try base URL to log my cookies or what? Because then I can at least verify that it's a problem with the HTTP client and not with my controller or my security config. It shouldn't be. I'm quite sure it's my logging, because we've already verified that adding the JWT token on the cookie works. In my UI, I mean. Come on. Yeah. More indexing. Okay. That's the one. Do I need to configure it some more? I don't think so, We'll figure it out. So run it and debug. And then when I enter my register layer controller, or this thing, was it this thing? Yeah, this part. Then we can verify that the cookie is in there. Damn it, I did click enter. It's going so slow. At least I did make it run and debug this time, Jesus Christ. Alright, here we go. Okay, so the first time we're just in the exchange part, I can skip this. Okay, we've looked at this, it should be okay. Here comes a register player step. And now, what do we have in cookies? Nothing. Okay. Yeah. What does the debug output say this time? Oh wait. Timeout cancellation. Which timeout is it? Let's do both connect. I wonder what development mode would mean. Advanced stack traces, that sounds interesting. Okay, so let's do connect and socket timeout, please. And then where was that? Maybe not in the timeout, but then maybe here. Does this thing also have development mode? Yes. And then maybe what we can try here is because I feel like that set cookie thing is being ignored by the client for some reason. And I don't know why. Okay, let's rerun it again. Or maybe first let's check a bit the logging. Because maybe we already have it. Domain equals localhost. Here's the crumble cookie. But then when we do, or when the client does register, a call to register, it doesn't add the cookie to it. Fucking trash, mate. Should have just ran it in a regular setting because we won't learn anything new out of the debug session. This can go now, by the way. So we know this already. The first one will be delegated to the, what's it called? So then cookies. Okay. We get another set cookie. With the J session thing. Forbidden. Yeah, and then even this is nothing. So it really is in the client that something is going wrong there. Godverdomme toch. So we add this cookie to the storage, but then what? How is the storage being used? And it adds it to the URL. So how is this storage being used further down the line? Get for a URL.
Love her with no makeup in my kitchen, whipping pigtails. My sixth sense activates with incense. Haven't seen you in a quick minute. Can the kid get a quick text? Big steps, I'm a mess. How could someone so simple be so complex? Can you help me get my footing? I'm so damn stressed. Yeah, I just wrote a ballad that'll end up in your attic. Just the color on my palette. What the fuck is this? A silent film? I'm not convinced. You know me well enough to know I'm not your local optimist. My outlook is grayscale. Monochrome horizons, I never knew it was simple. Honestly, I never tried it. Man-made lakes with those fake tears. Love is always tragic.
Yeah, but it won't. It's the full URL. It doesn't work on like a domain. She goes me and then hits me up the second I drop pre-sale. The tickets aren't cheap and her friends are dropping up. Hits me with it. You up? Looking like a happy accident. Yeah. And now it's looking like we're back again. She moving and she packing. I guess warmed up in Manhattan. She's so jealous doing backbends. Love is too dynamic, so avoid it. Overthinking every second, so never time to enjoy it. You can see the world or the universe. Love to hurt more than when she tells me that you're the worst. And I guess the send cookies with thing is being used because we just because we use the what's it called, the cookies feature. Yeah. There's no way to override this stuff either. We could move that to the storage to accept all cookies storage. Jong, ga weg. So the it here is a cookie, I think. Yeah, and it matches the request URL. See, this is the part where I wish that there were unit tests that I could look at, because there's a bunch of ifs here. And they're not that extensive, but it would have been easier to find or to read unit tests for this. So if a host does not equal the domain, and a host, if it's an IP, or so here, this should already be returned true, I think. I mean, we don't skip there, but then I guess we can just debug here. Okay, one last debug and then I'm gonna go to bed because I can barely think. We skip this one, that's the exchange. This is cookie adding, and then So we have already added one, I think. So the domain is localhost. It matches the host, but then request path says /localhost for some reason. So this should return false. Okay, that's cool. And then what? So if path blah blah blah, this is also false. So I guess that's good. Oh, and then here we go. Request URL is localhost, localhost. Jongen, what the fuck? So here it's false, but that I don't really understand at all. Request URL protocol. Is the protocol secure? I know, because it's HTTP and not HTTPS, I guess. Yeah, okay. I guess that's what the secure thing does. Okay, so that's why it doesn't match. But then why does it match in the browser? So it's in our session controller. Let's just do secure false. I swear to God, I pressed escape. Okay, let's rerun. I guess we can set this depending on the protocol of the server that is running on or something. If that's indeed what it means. Different error. Oh my God. where are those cookies now? Ah, voila. Here it is. Now we know that it matches it as well. Fuck. Okay, so that's implementation bad. Okay. So here in the .info thing where we do exchange cookie, the ISS needs to be a URL. That's it. I don't fucking know, man. Google. Hello? Oh my god, are you kidding me, bro? Achievement unlocked. Let's run both of the tests. So what was the thing that took the longest? Or what could have been avoided? Let's think about that. Guess the log level all has now become a bit nuts. 60,000 seconds is also quite insane. Actually should extract it into timeout. Well, they both work. That's really great. Let's just do info. I guess this is okay. This is okay. Alright, so here was a bunch of stuff that was a bit wonky because I just didn't know how it worked. In the end, it's really quite easy to configure. Then we made a boo-boo a couple of times when we were parsing JWT stuff that I should have more quickly turned into unit tests. So that's also my bad. Doing this stuff was fine, but this we should probably set this to true if we're hosting on HTTPS. Then this crap was took a long time to figure out. To get, how do we get like a normal JWT token? And now it's even just like this. So we could even could we, do I want to do that now? I don't think I do. Yeah, so this bullshit is there still, but I should get rid of it now because I recognize it as an interesting thing to have, but we still have it, the interesting thing there. I think this can be removed as well. This we can inline. And then where is that security? Ah yeah, this part was very difficult to solve, I think. I lost quite a bit of time here. But then in the very end, that took the longest, just running those tests over and over and over and over again, because it just took so long to run them. Like it says 23 seconds here, but it feels like it takes much longer to run them, honestly. And all of the trial and error bullshit. And then we also were a bit impeded, how do you say that, like interrupted or something, when we had to what was I thinking of now? Damn it. Yeah, no, I just forget. I don't know. This was a difficult thing to solve for sure. Okay, but I'm glad I pushed through and then we've got a working thing now. Holy shit. So that's this thing. Holy crap. All right. Commit. Oh my god, brutal. Okay, as usual, thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna go to bed. Those post-its to add the book list to Twitch description and to add a exclamation Discord bot command I will do tomorrow because I don't have the energy anymore. Sorry. Hope you had a good one. I'll see you next Tuesday, normally. Alright. Deuces.